Well, no.
On this side of the table.
Well, I get back on.
I'm talking about, no.
Oh, you mean that way? Okay.
I was saying, do y'all know if Breland or, the general gonna be here?
What?
I just wondered
Hello?
if we could free up some space on the end of the table.
Here, we just thought we'd get some
Free.
stuff out there.
Got it.
The general
What I
can come
said,
in
is
late.
the general coming?
Well, it's 10 o'clock.
Dr. Ray, David's stuck on a patient phone call. He's trying to get off now. He needs a couple of minutes.
Okay, give it a couple more minutes. No, I could have done that by Zoom
Not
meeting.
without having had an initial visit. I don't think
It's,
so. Okay.
and then this goes back to
Regulations.
right there.
Get more phone calls.
All right. Good morning. This meeting of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure, November 24th, 2021, will come to order. We will begin by an invocation, be led by Dr. Edney, and the pledge be led by Dr. Kennard. We're all right.
Just pray, please. Father God, we're grateful for another day of life, the blessings that you've given us for today, Lord. We are grateful for our profession, and we do ask for wisdom and guidance as we conduct business today. And I pray that everything we do and say would be pleasing to you, would be good for people of Mississippi. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Turn and face the flag, right hand over your chest. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any particular announcements to be made today, or any public comments to be made. We will go to the executive director report.
Francis, I don't have them.
Those individuals are currently being recognized on Sit It In. They will make their way down here in a few minutes when they recognize. So we're going to suspend business, recess, open the call for a few minutes. Jim City Hall, you will recess, open the call. All right. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Absent, recess, open the call.
That's a legislature. That's Philip Gunn.
Let's listen in on.
All right, yeah.
Like, name that boy.
Name that boy.
I can name that boy since he's 6.
Are they
All right.
talking about money for us?
No.
No.
This is going to be a real brief report this time. I don't have anything really exciting to share. Well, Francis at work for a second. Well, let me just summarize. Our number of applications approved was right on par with what we've been doing approximately every 2 months or so. I don't remember the exact numbers without being able to pull them And investigations, we were able to reduce our number of open cases by 20 to 25 or so. So we're down to about, I think if I remember correctly, the number was 87 open cases, somewhere in that area, which is much more manageable than the several hundred open cases that we had a couple of years ago. So the investigations department has worked very hard to do that. The licensure department and the new licensing system has been very efficient. We've gotten a lot of compliments on it. And usually when there is an issue, I have to say it's usually not on our end. So anyway, oh, here we go. So y'all can see the numbers. I don't remember the 75 new MD licenses were issued, 33 new PAs. Dr. Edney, I think you had asked about PAs. So this is all the graduates you're seeing from December actually getting licensed now. Next slide. And then investigations, received 69 new complaints, closed 59 cases, 89, I was off by 2. And closed within 70 days, about approximately 76% of the cases we closed within 70 days. We requested 247 PMP reports and 146 of those required additional action. All right, and there we go. So any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. I want to mention, I need to introduce Mrs. Morris from the Attorney General's office, who's our counsel today, and Ms. Tanny Fulton from, who's our court reporter. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. And we'll proceed with approval of minutes of the executive committee meeting from January 24th.
We approve the minutes as is.
Okay, Dr. Clendon,
Second.
second Dr. Owens. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The approval of minutes for the board meeting dated January 25th, 2021.
Move to approve.
Dr. Owens, second.
Second.
Dr. Miles, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, report of the March 24th executive committee meeting. Okay, can we get it?
Yes. With respect to the executive committee meeting for today regarding the personal appearance by Stephen Lloyd, that application, the applicant actually withdrew, decided to withdraw his application at the time of, at the appearance. So there will be more to come if he changes his mind. And with respect to the request for the personal appearance by Randy Wagner. Yes, Randy Wagner. It was the decision of the executive committee to table the consideration for approval of the protocol based on the decision of the OLRC. So those are the recommendations from the executive committee.
Thank you, Dr. Owens. We'll go to committee reports, scope of practice, Dr. Owens. Oh, we have to approve that too. Okay. We need to approve the report from the executive committee. Need a motion?
I move to approve.
Dr. Lippincott, second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. It's approved. Reports from committee, scope of practice. Dr. Owens.
Scope of practice had no issues to come before it, so there's no report.
Professional health program, Dr. Lippincott.
There's no new information to report. The physician's health program has been very busy and continuing their good work. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Telemedicine, interstate licensure compact, Dr. McClendon.
No real new information. The interstate licensure compact is just continuing to grow in numbers and becoming a more developed agency, but no further information.
Thank you. Licensees, education and communication, Dr. Owens.
Hopefully you all have received the latest edition of our newsletter. It, I think, went out in March, and that's it. Hopefully, the feedback that I've gotten so far has been very positive. We've also gotten good, positive feedback from the Federation with respect to that publication. So it's really turned out to be good for us. I think a good publicity piece for us as it pertains to the Federation, but also it's been filled with really good information. And it also gives an opportunity for our licensees to kind of get an inside view, not only to our the actions that the board takes and the work that we're doing, but also the people who are doing it behind the scenes. And that's actually been one of my favorite parts of putting this thing together, is when we get the chance to do the spotlights and have everybody contribute. If you guys know, Dr. Kennard has contributed. He actually wrote a piece for the newsletter. So if anybody is interested in writing something to be considered or to be published in a newsletter, I would highly encourage you to do that. And you can submit that to me, and we can review it, edit it, and get it published. So if there's something that you have a burning desire to talk about or to put out as it pertains to our licensees or healthcare in Mississippi, it's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Physician Assistant Advisory Task Force, Dr. McClendon.
No report.
Rules, Regulations, and Legislative, Dr. Miles.
No report.
All right. Hospice Ad Hoc Committee, Dr. Edney.
And we're standing by. Work completed.
Thank you. Okay. We have several investigative subpoenas. I would like to have one meeting and take them all into consideration. Would that be okay?
Just to do them all at once.
With that, we need to go into executive committee.
Yes,
I mean, the executive session, right?
right.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
closed and then executive.
Okay, I need a motion to close this meeting.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's do that. All right, we're back into regular session. Dr. Owens, you would just summarize what we did in executive session.
So in executive session, the board unanimously voted to improve investigative subpoenas as listed on it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Move on to matter of Morton Hyson, MD, Las Vegas, Nevada, approval of consent order.
Yes, this is a consent order, which basically mirrors actions taken by the other state. Allow me to explain. Back in December of 2020, the Nevada Board of Medical Examiners disciplined Dr. Hyson based upon failure to maintain proper medical records, failure to keep a female chaperone employed and present during all female patient encounters, and document that chaperone into the medical records. There's no allegation of professional sexual misconduct. It appears that primarily that he wasn't documenting who the chaperone was. And so they disciplined him for that reason and for failure to maintain proper medical records. They reprimanded him, assessed him $5,419, a fine of $1,000, and then demanding that he henceforth maintain proper medical records, including documentation of who the chaperones are at each time he conducts a physical examination of a female. Our board, or the consent order that he has signed, basically mirrors that same type of action, and it's a reprimand, and he represents that he will comply to the fullest extent all restrictions placed on his license by the state of Nevada.
Everybody heard that?
Does he practice in Mississippi?
That I do not know.
It doesn't appear that he does.
I want to ask a question.
Sure.
I know that we're going to mirror whatever Nevada did, but does Mississippi require that you write down the name of your chaperone that you're using in your office when you do an exam?
While that may
That's
be,
what they're.
while that may be a good thing to do, it's not in our regulations.
I didn't think so.
Well, I think this is a person who has already been disciplined previously for violations and was told that he needed to do that moving forward. So while it's not everyday practice for most licensees, there are some licensees which are required to do it, if that makes sense.
Well, if that's an order from another board, then yeah.
Dr. Edmonds?
Do we know, was he not using a chaperone or just not documenting?
I mean, our information is that he was not documented.
Right, was not documented.
He was using
Based on-
chaperone, but not documented appropriately.
Based on the language in the consent order, I think that's accurate. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll accept the motion to accept the consent order.
So moved.
Dr. Miles?
Second.
Dr. Kennard gets it this time. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Consent order carries. Item number 11, Alexander Jukanovic, MD, Chicago, Illinois, approval of consent order. That'd be number 11 under your tab.
Like the previous consent order, this is also a consent order mirroring actions taken by another state. In this case, it's the state of Iowa. The state of Iowa disciplined Dr. Jovanovic for violating standards of practice for telemedicine, that he was warned that engaging in such conduct in the future may result in further disciplinary action. Essentially, the violation is this: he violated the standards of practice for telemedicine in Iowa when he failed to establish a valid physician-patient relationship with the patients receiving telemedicine services, failed to perform interviews of his patients sufficient for the diagnosis and treatment of patients in Iowa prior to providing medical treatment, including issuing prescriptions and prescribed medications to patients in Iowa based solely on an internet questionnaire. while we reprimand, they call it a warning. So the action, in the state of Iowa is that respondent is hereby warned. $5,000 assessment, and the corrective actions was respondent shall take corrective action to address the deficiencies in his telemedicine practice identified by the board and come within compliance with Iowa Administrative Code 653-1311, dealing with telemedicine. Our action here, the consent order which he has signed, instead of a warning, identifies it as a formal reprimand, which would be reportable to the data bank, that he will comply with all restrictions imposed by the state of Iowa and pay all costs associated with this board's investigation.
Any questions? Need a motion? Dr. Joyner moves, and who second? Dr. McClendon? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that consent order carries. Okay, now we're going to get down to the hearings.
I'm working on that.
Hearing in the case of Jeffrey T. Willis, Philadelphia.
I'm presenting to the board for its approval a surrender of medical license. Let me explain. We received that this morning. With a hearing. Dr. Wilson was advised that he did not surrender his license. The board would take immediate action anyway. To make a long story short, there was I think he's in Philadelphia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Philadelphia Police Department received a call for a domestic violence dispute. They arrived at the residence of Dr. Willis. He met him at the door with a gun. He raised the gun and shot. They returned fire and shot him in the groin. I think that's the facts, correct if I'm wrong. And he was obviously nobody was killed. I think he missed, but they did. The police department much more accurate. And he spent a substantial amount in the hospital due to his injuries incurred. I spoke with his lawyer, basically said he needs to surrender his license. The only reason why it's taken up until today, number one, he's been hospitalized, he's not practicing. Number two, he asked that the board wait until today's date to execute the surrender, so we can pick up COBRA health insurance since he's in bad shape.
Okay. We need a motion to accept this surrender,
That's
or
informational purposes.
just informational purposes? Okay.
Yeah, it's just, that's right.
Okay. Number 13, hearing in the case of James Delgadillo, Card.
Elder Dillon, we received a motion from the lawyer representing Dr. Delgadillo to request a continuation to the next meeting of the board. First request is generally granted. The conflict, the lawyer representing the doctor has a conflict with the state.
Do we need to vote
To accept the,
continuance?
yes, need a motion to accept continuance.
Move we accept continuance.
Stan, do you feel that the continuance is in order?
It is. I have no objection.
All in favor?
Aye.
We can have a continuance. Hearing in the case of Frank C. Wade, McGee, Mississippi.
Let me go bring Dr. Wade to council. Right? Madam President, board members, I want to introduce Dr. Frank Wade. Representing Dr. Wade is Johnny Wade. I don't think there's any relationship there, not that we're aware of. What we have here is a hearing scheduled for today's date, charging Dr. Wade with 2 counts in violation of the Medical Practice Act. Essentially, count 1, and I'll read. Based on the foregoing, licensee is guilty of unprofessional conduct, which includes but is not limited to being guilty of any dishonorable or unethical conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public by virtue of licensee having sex with a patient at a time when there was either a concurrent patient-physician relationship or by exploiting trust, knowledge, emotions, or influence derived from a previous professional relationship. That's count 1. Count 2, based on the foregoing, licensee is guilty of failing to maintain patient records for controlled substances, essentially during the time period in which he treated the patient. I understand she's here, you may testify. I'm going to refer to as a patient. That he prescribed multiple prescriptions in excess of 70% were not placed into the record. So that's the basis for violation of the rules and regulations. It's very specifically state that when you issue a prescription for a controlled substance, that should be placed into the record. We have pre-marked exhibits. There's a lot of exhibits. I'll go ahead and place that into the record now. We do have a couple of maybe 1 or 2 objections or clarifications as to the exhibits. May I proceed to do that?
You may. I am going to go ahead and let Ms. Morris proceed with this hearing as hearing officer.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Morris. I am the hearing officer in this matter for today from the Attorney General's office. You may proceed with the exhibits.
Board exhibit number 1, they've already been pre-marked, is the summons and affidavit and the pleadings as filed before the board. The pleadings, the summons and affidavit should be part of the record.
Stan, I'm not sure your microphone's on.
It is.
Okay.
Underneath your
I'm
guard.
not sure that it's working.
Should I put them on? I'll try to speak up a little bit louder. Board exhibit number 2 is the Dr. Wade's application. That goes into the record merely to show that he is currently licensed to practice medicine in this state. Board exhibit number 3 will be investigative subpoenas to show how the board obtained the records, which I'm about to introduce. Board exhibit number 4 is the medical record for the patient in issue with whom it is alleged that Dr. Wade had a professional sexual relationship with. That's board exhibit number 4. There's only 1 set of that. There's 2 different sets of records dealing with this patient. The first one is records obtained from Dr. Wade's clinic in McGee. Then after St. Dominic purchased his practice, the second record, being board exhibit number 5, is the records from St. Dominic. Board exhibit number 6 are the prescriptions, which I've referenced moments ago, and I'll go into more detail as we proceed. Board exhibit number 7 is a report of investigation. This exhibit summarizes the results of a meeting which the investigative staff, Dr. Cleveland, had with Dr. Wade and his counsel, Johnny Wade, on October 6th of last year. That's board exhibit number 7. Board exhibit number 8 is a chronology setting forth in red the patient encounters, that is doctor-patient treatment encounters and prescriptions issued. We will have some clarifications. I think intermixed between the summary of the prescriptions and patient encounters in black ink are the certain statements of fact. For instance, in fall of 2017, I typed in initiation of romantic sexual relationship with patient. I think opposing counsel wants the word initiation to be deleted, just to say that's the beginning of the romantic sexual relationship. Is that correct?
That's correct. The use of the term initiation
suggest that Dr. Wade initiated the sexual relationship. I don't think that's accurate. But the deletion of that term, we have no problem with the remainder of that description.
John, would it be okay to me to hand this out to them, and then they can make the corrections instead of me trying to
Sure.
hand them something that's not accurate? Oops, that's the original.
I don't have to have a copy.
Okay.
I don't have to have a copy.
I'll get your pins out, just a few minor adjustments. I hope I don't run out.
See if you want to- Thank you.
Got it, got it. Is that better?
Yeah.
Much
Yeah.
better.
Good. So it was a mic and not me, is it? All right. Let's take a look at this.
Nothing looking at that.
You'll see in black print, fall 2017, initiation of romantic sexual relationship with patient. Opposing counsel wishes to change that, and I have no objection to what?
I think commencement of romantic sexual relationship with patient would be fine.
On the second page, anything on the second page?
I think the second page is fine. The top of the third page, April 2020, the characterization of patient McIntyre being promoted to DON in McGee General Hospital, I don't think is accurate. It wasn't a promotion. Instead, she became the temporary DON. So if we could just characterize that as patient McIntyre became the temporary DON at McGee General Hospital, where Dr. Wade is a board member. We have no objection to that characterization.
Well,
And then down at the bottom on 10/6/2020, the second bullet point about on again, off again sexual relationship beginning late 2017. I think it could be more accurate to say summer of 2017. And other than that, no further objections to your chronology statement.
Madam President, can we go ahead and introduce that as amended?
Yes.
Board Exhibit number 9 will be a series of emails between Dr. Wade and Dr. Scott Hamilton with the Mississippi Professional Health Physicians Health Program. Board Exhibit number 10 is excerpt from the AMA Code of Ethics, section 9.1.1, pertaining to romantic or sexual relationships with patients. I've got copies of those to hand out. I think the only exhibit to which opposing counsel objects, and let's go ahead and get that out of the way now. I would like to introduce an article from the Federation of State Medical Boards, captioned Physician Sexual Misconduct, report and recommendations of the Federation of State Medical Boards Work Group on Physician Sexual Misconduct, adopted as policy of the Federation, May 2020. Opposing counsel, what is your objection?
As I've discussed with you, Stan, we would object to the introduction of this article on the grounds of relevancy. The purpose of this article is on sexual abuse
The circumstances of this case are completely different. The uncontroverted evidence is going to be that Dr. Wade and Ms. McIntyre knew each other since 1991. The doctor-patient relationship did not start until 2008. They continued a business relationship because she's a nurse. Up until today, the sexual relationship did not start until the summer of 2017. So the romantic relationship did not arise out of any doctor-physician relationship, and that's the entire focus of this article. Number one. And number two, I think it's inappropriate unless some expert witness is going to get up and testify that this is somehow authoritative, especially in Mississippi, where I'm unaware of any specific statutory prohibition against consensual sex between two adults. Let me respond. The Federation is a well-recognized group. This board is a member of that federation. Essentially, they've conducted studies and have made recommendations dealing with how boards deal with professional sexual misconduct. To deny introduction of this document to the records, basically saying, y'all cannot read this and make your own judgment of the facts. Their argument is that this was not a relationship that arose out of the doctor-patient relationship. Well, let's have to hear the evidence. And this addresses a number of different issues that relate to professional sexual misconduct by physicians. The report of the Federation was prepared by the Federation in the normal course of its business, and is basically a guide to this board as a treatise in a way. And as this board certainly knows, the rules of evidence are not strictly applied. And I believe it's appropriate to have so that the board can have the benefit of the findings, recommendations of the Federation as a part of the pleadings today.
Mr. Wade, I'm going to overrule your objection, but it is noted for the record.
Thank you.
Do you have any exhibits that you would like to enter at this time?
No, we've agreed to the admissibility of those exhibits, some of which we would have offered on our own.
Got it. Thank you.
One point is, it's my understanding that the rule is being invoked. We've got a potential witness who's sitting in this room, and we would request that any witnesses be excluded during the testimony. I would clarify one thing. Dr. Scott Hamilton may testify as a representative and the medical director of the Mississippi Physicians Health Program. I would request, especially in view of his expert status in this area, that he remain as a potential expert. We have no objection to Mr. Hamilton. I believe it's Mr. McIntyre who's listed as a potential witness and is the ex-husband of the patient in this case.
Okay. At this time, we will invoke the rule. Stan, before we begin, if I could just allow the board members to introduce themselves for the record, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Ken Cleveland, Executive Director.
Dr. Dan Edney, Internal Medicine, Vicksburg.
Dr. Ken Lippincott, board member from Tupelo.
Dr. Charles Miles, board member from West Point.
Dr. David McClendon, Vice President of the board from Ocean Springs.
Ann Ray, President of the board from Columbus.
Michelle Owens, Secretary of the Board from Jackson.
Alan Gersh, member of the board from Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Kirk Kennard, member from Oxford, Mississippi.
Tom Daughter, member of the board from Jackson, Mississippi.
Thank you.
Let me make a brief opening statement and certainly allow Johnny Wade to do the same. You heard his comment a moment ago that this is a relationship that originated back in the 90s, I guess. The record shows that beginning in October 2008 to August of 2020, there was clearly a doctor-patient relationship between Ms. McIntyre, who I openly refer to as a patient, even though she is female. She was a nurse at the at the McGee Hospital at various times, but I'm going to refer to as a patient instead of my name, if I may. Anyway, between October 2008 and August 2020, there was clearly an established doctor-patient relationship. In 2017, there was initiation, the beginning of the sexual relationship between the two parties. Since that time, there's been since 2008, there's been 100 plus patient encounters. Since 2017, after beginning of the sexual relationship, there were at least 55 patient encounters. When I say patient encounter, I mean she either sought his treatment or care and with an entry into the patient record, or a prescription was issued to her, many of which were controlled substances, many of which were not reflected into the record. We picked those up through the prescription monitoring program. I think the record's going to show that there, regardless of how you look at it, regardless of who initiates the sexual relationship, that is unethical, and as the Federation statement makes it very clear, it's unprofessional conduct and constitutes professional sexual misconduct. Members of the Licensure Board, my name is Johnny Wade. I'm here representing Dr. Wade. I was retained by St. Dominic Hospital, who employs, well, actually St. Dominic Medical Associates employs Dr. Wade, and they stand behind him 100% in this matter. Now, to my knowledge, there's no Mississippi Licensure Board rule or state statute that expressly prohibits consensual sex between two adult patient and a doctor. Therefore, what Dr. Wade has been charged with is a violation of Section 732529A, which states that a doctor's license can be suspended for unprofessional conduct, which includes but is not limited to being guilty of any dishonorable or unethical conduct, okay, likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. And we submit that the evidence is going to show that under these circumstances, where Dr. Wade and Ms. McIntyre knew each other since 1991 in McGee, Mississippi. It was a cordial, friendly business relationship. She's a nurse at McGee Hospital. The doctor-patient relationship starts in 2008, continued until 2020. They continued to have a professional relationship during that entire period of time. And therefore, the romantic sexual relationship did not arise out of the doctor-patient relationship. Instead, they knew each other since 1991. The testimony was going to be that there was no undue pressure on Ms. McIntyre. She didn't feel exploited. It was completely consensual. There was no coercion. And this is the only instance of Dr. Wade ever having such a relationship with a patient. And instead, with regard to the harm to the public, I think what the proof is going to show is that if he is suspended, there is likely to be a harm to the health and welfare of at least some of the patients in the McGee area. You're going to hear that Dr. Wade is one of only 2 doctors who admit patients currently to McGee General Hospital. The other one being the ER physician, Dr. Gillespie. So you've got the potential limited access to health care if he's suspended for any period of time. He is also the medical director at Hillcrest Nursing Center. He treats 50% of those residents there. If he's suspended, they're certainly likely to have some negative impact on the health of these residents. There's also the potential harm to McGee General Hospital itself. Everybody knows, came out of bankruptcy in, I think, 2018. Dr. Wade admits a large number of patients to that hospital. And then in terms of the St. Dominic Family Clinic, he's the only doctor there. And we don't know, if he's suspended for a length of period of time, what happens to that clinic, the nurses, and the nurse practitioner. The current status of their relationship is that once Dr. Wade became aware of the concerns that the licensure board had, he terminated the doctor-patient relationship in August of 2020. He had not seen her for an examination since March of 2020. And from March until that August, he had refilled prescriptions, but he has officially terminated that relationship. So, in conclusion, we think the burden of proof is on the licensure board to show by clear and convincing evidence that this conduct of a consensual sexual relationship between two adults who knew each other since 1991, continued to have a business relationship outside the doctor-patient relationship, and there was no pressure, no coercion, that it's going to be very difficult to show by clear and convincing evidence that that is likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. In fact, it's more likely that a suspension would result in a negative impact on the healthcare of the people of McGee. In terms of the issue with the controlled substances, Dr. Wade concedes that not in every instance did he document any physical assessment associated with his prescribing of the controlled substances, and there were some instances where he failed to maintain a complete record of the examination in connection with the prescription. So we would concede, count two. We are here primarily arguing about the proof necessary and a violation of the statute section 73, 25, 29.
I'll respond before I call the first witness. Doesn't make any difference who initiates the sexual relationship, not at all. Doctors are trained, that's unprofessional conduct, regardless of who initiates it. Now, professional conduct likely to deceive, defraud, harm the public, which means I don't have to put on proof that actually harmed the patient. But that conduct, as you well know from your experience, any sexual relationship with a patient is potentially harmful. And the statute, section 73, 25, 29, 8 says unprofessional conduct likely to harm the public. I call this first witness, Dr. Wade. And I don't deal with it. I want to make sure we can hear you.
Swearing in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Can I say see if it is?
Yes.
Read that with these glasses on. Please state your name for the record.
Frank Wade Jr., MD.
And you're the respondent in this matter. You've been summoned before this board this day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been licensed since 1985, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you board certified?
No.
What's your area of practice?
Family medicine.
And you've been in the McGee area for how long?
I started in 87. I was gone from 2001 to 2005, and I returned in 2005 and been there since then.
Up until St. Dominic bought your clinic, did you operate as a solo practice?
Yes.
I think the clinic was called Tuscan Medical Tower, McGee, or what's the name of the clinic?
That's the name of the building. I think we actually just Family Medical Center was the official name.
In the Tuscan Medical
Yes,
Tower?
yes, that's just
Okay.
the building.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
In July 2019, St. Dominic acquired your clinic, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you appointed to the staff of the hospital at that point, or St. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about McGee General Hospital. You've been on the medical staff of that hospital since 80s?
I mean, I've done with some staff like from 87 to when I left, and then when I came back, I was back on staff. Is that what you're at?
Well, since you started treating the patient, and you know who I'm referring to, in 2008, you've been on the medical staff of the McGee General Hospital.
Yes.
Okay. At any time did you serve as the chief of staff?
Yes.
What days?
I'm presently chief of staff. But I was asked to replace the guy that was chief of staff when he moved. I can't remember the exact date.
Well, you're presently the chief of staff. You've never been the chief of staff prior to that?
I could have been. It's been a long time ago since, you know. I mean, I don't remember. But,
Okay.
I mean, I think I did, but I just don't remember what dates it were.
So you have served off and on as chief of staff of McGee General
Yes.
Hospital. What about the board of trustees? Are you on the board?
I guess board of directors, yes, sir.
That's what I meant, to say
Yes.
board of directors. How long have you been on the board of directors of the hospital?
5 years, I think.
As a member of the medical staff, whether you're medical staff or chief of staff, who you supervise?
I'm not supervises,
As chief of staff, who do you manage in the hospital?
when I get with the other positions.
What about nurses? You direct any of the activity of the nurses?
Not directly, no, sir. I mean,
What about indirectly? Tell me.
yes, sir. I'm not sure I understand exactly. I mean, I'm chief of staff and they come to me when they need something, but I'm not, you know, directly over the nurse.
Do you appoint any of the positions for the nursing staff? Do you designate who may be serving in positions on the nursing staff? Whether it's director of nursing, whether it's director of the.
That's done by the administration.
The board of trustees, the board of directors?
Yes, sir. I mean, right now the CEO has, he does, as he, you know, he's been given the authority to do what, you know, hires as he sees fit.
And we all would agree then that the executive director is also answerable to the board of directors.
Yes.
The patient involved in this case also worked at one time at Stay Home Health Care. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the period of time when she worked there?
I don't remember right off. No, sir.
Do you have any kind of relationship with Stay Home Health?
I'm outside of the normal referrals. No,
Okay, you're not the director of Stay Home,
no, sir. Never been that.
but you do refer patients there?
Yes, sir.
As the patient involved in this case, ever worked at Stay Home when you refer patients out there?
Yes, sir.
Now, we heard them refer to as Ms. McIntyre, but I'm gonna say, when I say patient, that's who I'm referring
Yes.
to, okay? So we want to hold us on the same page.
Yes.
You've been working with her for how many years now?
Probably since 1991.
Did you work with her when she was the director of nursing?
Yes, sir.
That would be around April 2020, probably?
Yes.
Did you work with her when she was the director of emergency department?
Yes, sir.
That would be in August 2019, approximately?
Yes.
And obviously, we just heard you also worked with her, referred patients to Stay Home when she was there. What was her position at Stay Home?
She did marketing for them.
Now, Doctor, you heard the accounts that I just read to the board. I'm going to read it. I'm going to ask you a question. It states, based on the foregoing, licensee is guilty of unprofessional conduct to which also includes being guilty of any dishonorable or unethical conduct likely to deceive or fraud upon the public by virtue of having sex with a patient at a time when there was a concurrent doctor-patient relationship. You admit that you had a sexual relationship with the patient at the time you also were her physician, is that correct?
Yes,
Is it your testimony for this board that you do not consider that to be unprofessional conduct?
the relationship did not arise out of the doctor-patient relationship.
That's not my question. Having sex with a patient, do you find that to be, and agree with me that that's unprofessional conduct likely to harm a patient?
Yes, sir, but once again, my point is this relationship didn't arise out of our doctor-patient relationship.
But you had sex with a patient.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't make any difference how it arose. You had sex with a patient, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me give you what has been marked as board exhibit number 1. For the record, I've got the summons in front of me and the affidavit, page 2 of 6. Those of you that have the summons, you'll notice on page 2, there's a column listing prescriptions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that page, you'll notice that several of these prescriptions are highlighted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you agree with me that it's a pretty good number of prescriptions.
Yes, sir.
You'll see reference says the gray shaded areas indicate that these prescriptions were not documented in the patient chart. You're not denying that.
No, sir.
You understand that's a violation of board rules and regulations.
Yes.
All right. Now let me ask you this. When did you become aware of the board's investigation pertaining to sexual relationship with the patient?
I think I was notified that there might be an investigation from the staff at St. Dominic's.
Which would present you what they marked as board exhibit number 3. You'll see the subpoena issued by this board, the investigative subpoena to Jonathan Warren, Chief Legal Counsel for St. Dominic, requesting records pertaining to the patient. What's the date of that?
23rd day of June, 2020.
So it's safe to say they probably picked up the phone and called you when they got this subpoena, want to know what's going on.
Yes, sir.
So you knew about the board's investigation in June. Did you terminate the relationship at that point?
No, sir.
Why not? You had plenty of encounters with him, issued some additional prescriptions. But you didn't. You didn't terminate it until August. I don't see any reason, doctor, to go into all the detail of the diagnoses for the patients. But you would agree there's a number of different diagnoses.
Yes.
Many of these prescriptions were for controlled substances. Having a relationship with the patient and prescribing to that patient a controlled substance, a medication that can be abused, does not cross your mind that because of the relationship, there may be a lack of objectivity, that maybe this patient should be going to somebody else because controlled drugs are involved?
honestly, it didn't cross my mind at the time, no, sir.
But you not agree with me that not thinking about it certainly suggests lack of objectivity?
I suppose, yes, sir.
Instead of reading that off, you will notice in the, I'm saying this to the board members, the diagnoses rendered by Dr. Wade for the patient is summarized in the summons affidavit. The affidavit, I apologize, you can find that accusation and the summary on paragraph 6 of the affidavit. I see no need to read those out into the public record, it's part of the record already. Doctor, did you realize that of the 42 prescriptions identified between pages 2, 3, and 4, that's 42 of those prescriptions were not found in the record. You're not denying that. Does it surprise you that that's 74% of those prescriptions were not properly recorded?
Yes, sir, I didn't realize.
Lack of objectivity?
Perhaps, yes, sir.
Medical board investigators initially went to your clinic to talk to you, and you probably appropriately said, I'm willing to talk with you, but I want my lawyer present.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And so the board honored your request, and on October 6th of last year, you appeared before Dr. Cleveland, several members of the investigative staff, myself, and you were with Johnny Wade, your counsel.
Yes, sir.
There was a frank discussion about your relationship with the patient during that conversation, correct?
Yes, sir.
You read off several of the documentations and see what your response is. You acknowledged during that meeting that you did have a romantic relationship with the patient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge that there was an on-again, off-again relationship for several years, beginning, I think we changed that to say the spring of 2017, correct?
Late summer.
Late summer?
Yes,
Okay, 2017.
yes.
And that relationship continued through August 2020. You had sexual encounters with the patient in your home, at the clinic, and at the hospital.
Can I clarify the home?
Wasn't your, okay, yeah, clarify.
Yeah, no, so this was a separate house that we had. This was not my home.
Wasn't, you were married at the time, correct?
Yes,
And so was the patient.
yes.
And so it wasn't your marital home where you had
No,
sex.
it was not that.
That other home, the hospital and the clinic, okay? St. Dominic called you to say that, hey, we've had records subpoenaed on this patient. You did not immediately tell them that Ms. McIntyre was a patient.
No, sir.
Why? You can say, look, I need to come forward. I need to, in the interest of full disclosure, I've got sexual relationship with this patient. Why didn't you tell them?
Not sure. It just didn't cross my mind to tell her she was a patient.
As a physician, when you terminate a patient, several steps you have to go through. Did you go through those steps?
No, sir.
You didn't write a letter, put it into the file, refer to another physician, have all this documented in the record?
No, sir.
Why not?
I don't think you give you a reason for that. I just didn't.
Now, on this October 6, 2020 meeting, Dr. Scott Hamilton was there as well, is that correct?
I don't think he was. No, sir.
No, he wasn't. My error, I'm there. At the October 6, 2020 meeting, you were directed to, regardless of the outcome, to submit to a psychosexual evaluation and to contact Dr. Scott Hamilton to set up a psychosexual evaluation. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
3 weeks later, you spoke with Dr. 3 weeks later, you finally, on October 27, 2020, you spoke with Dr. Hamilton. Why did you wait 3 weeks to do this, to make that contact?
Well, now, if I remember correctly, I thought I was instructed to pursue the psychosexual evaluation. I was given 3 places I could go.
Dr. Hamilton gave you 3 choices.
Okay.
But my question is, the meeting was on October 6th. You didn't contact Dr. Hamilton until October 27th. Why'd you wait 3 weeks to get this? It's very important. Why'd you wait 3 weeks to make that initial contact?
That's my recollection. No, sir, there were just other situations. My brother just diagnosed with dementia. I've been trying to get his care arranged. I mean, I know this doesn't sound like good reasons, but there were other things that were going on that had me occupied at the time too.
On this October 27, 2020, Dr. Hamilton provided you what we call a release of information.
Yes.
Intake form. You ultimately executed those and sent them to Dr. Hamilton, correct? He gave you 3 choices. Do you recall what those 3 choices were?
Pine Grove in Harrisburg, there was a place in Kansas, and I don't remember the third one.
Ackerman was one in Kansas. I can't remember the third one myself. But you chose Pine Grove.
Yes, sir.
Have you submitted to that evaluation?
No, sir.
Doctor, it's been 5 months since your meeting. In fact, Dr. Hamilton said that you need to make contact or make arrangements within 72 hours. Why'd you not do that?
Well, actually, sir, I did call. I called, I talked to a person, I think it was Dr. Harrington, he had mentioned. That was not the person I was directed to. I called, I left messages, it took a while to get back, and when they did back, it wasn't Dr. Harrington. They did email me a packet of material, filled it out. I thought we had sent it in. There was some discussion about some finances, but that's when a lot of other things were happening, and I never followed up like I should have. And then I found out that I was supposed to go, I think it was set for January the 11th, if I remember correctly. And I had to try to reschedule it. And this time I did speak with Dr. Harrington, resubmitted the paperwork. We had settled for March 8th. March 8th, they said they had an opening March 1st, but I already arranged things for March 8th. And then my mother in January this year became very ill. And I was working during the day and staying with her at night. And I think there was an email that I missed that they want me to call back to discuss the financial situation that I just missed. But I'm sorry, I was staying over with her at night. She did die, and we did have her funeral. And by the time I had gotten all that done, I had missed the deadline. So I called back. They said, no, you don't have this time set up. And I said, why not? And that's when I found out that it wasn't set. Thank you.
I'm sorry about your mother. When did she pass?
I think it was February 24th, I believe. But
That's a month ago. What actions have you taken since then to get into that evaluation? Because this matter was actually continued one time. Get this matter, to get this so that you would have some time to get in for the evaluation. Because the board would benefit from the results of that eval.
Yes, sir, I agree. But I did call back and try to get this rearranged or find out why.
You had a whole month. Okay, so I assume then you've taken those steps and you're ready to go in for evaluation.
Well, yes, sir, I'm waiting to get it. They said the next would be in May for the next time I could get in, unless there's an opening.
Did have they called? Who did you speak to?
Well, I didn't get to speak to Dr. Harrington. I was speaking with the lady who was, answered the phone.
You're saying in February, right after your mother passed, that you have taken affirmative steps to get in for the evaluation?
Yes, sir. And then, I knew I'd have it time for the board for this meeting.
What's your understanding of how that evaluation is going to be conducted?
Not much. I know it was a 3-day evaluation. There'll be some testing. They also told me there'll be some downtime in between. And that's about all I really know about that.
They say anything about a polygraph?
No, sir, they didn't.
Doctor, you understand that from a professional misconduct perspective, this board and the Federation position is that it doesn't make any difference who initiates the sexual relationship. Who initiated in your case?
She did.
Could have said no.
Yes, sir. I should have said no.
Or you could have terminated that relationship.
Yes.
Doctor-patient relationship. Is it your testimony for this board, this is the only time you've ever had a sexual relationship with a patient?
That's the only time, yes.
Any board members have any questions?
Well, we can wait until we have the,
That's your prerogative.
we'll let the defense attorney ask his questions and then we'll ask ours.
Yeah.
Okay. Please, board, I'll proceed. Just a little background information, Dr. Wade. You went to McGee High School, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where'd you go to college?
Millsaps College.
You graduated in 1980, is that
Yes,
correct? And where'd you go to medical school?
University Medical Center here in Jackson.
And then what about your residency?
I did that here also.
You used to be married and you divorced as final when?
I believe it's January 2nd.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Stan asked you some about your employment. I want to dig just a little deeper. You worked at McGee from 1987 to 2001, is that right?
Yes.
And then you went to Flowood and practiced with Dr. Morris for a few years. Is that correct? And then went back to McGee. And then you began affiliated with St. Dominic's since July of 2019.
Yes.
And then in your current practice, what staff members do you have that assist you presently?
We have a nurse practitioner, we have 2 nurses, a lab technician, we have a clinic manager, and 2 people who work in the front office.
And are you the only physician that staffs that clinic?
Yes.
And do you hold any positions with any long-term care facilities in the McGee area?
I'm the medical director for Hillcrest Nursing Home.
And how many beds are at Hillcrest?
It's 120.
And you also treat residents there?
Yes.
Approximately how many residents do you treat on a regular basis?
It ranges from 55 to 60.
And do you know of any other physician, if your license was terminated, you know of any other physician who could step in and round on those patients at Hillcrest Nursing Center?
No, sir.
And are you also medical director at Kindred Hospice?
Yes.
And then you've got roles at McGee General that I think Stan talked about. Is this your first complaint that's been filed with the Mississippi Board of Medical Licensure?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with Ms. McIntyre. When did you first become acquainted with Ms. McIntyre?
if I remember correctly, it was about 1991. They had moved to town. She was the director for Mississippi Methodist Rehabilitation Center, had a home health agency there. They asked me to be the medical director, and I worked with her there.
And were you also the team doctor for McGee High School for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
And her husband was the football coach there, is that right?
Yes.
The doctor-patient relationship started in 2008, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, describe for this licensure board, how would you characterize your relationship with Ms. McIntyre from 1991 up through 2007?
Professional, it was social to a degree. We became good friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then she first came to see you as a patient sometime in 2008, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you ordered a CT scan of her neck at that point. And that was August of 28.
Yes.
Of 2008. And do you know how it came about that she selected you as her physician?
So I just assumed she made the selection.
No coercion, no pressure from you, right? Okay. All right. And you continued to treat her periodically from 2008 until 2020, correct?
Yes.
I think there's an affidavit that accurately characterizes kind of an array of medical issues that she may have had. Now, there came a time, did there not, where your relationship with Ms. McIntyre became romantic?
Yes.
Right? And approximately when was that?
I think it was about late summer 2017.
Okay. And at that time, you were treating Ms. McIntyre, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware, or as we sit here today, any specific rule of the medical licensure board or state statute that expressly prohibits consensual sex between a patient and doctor?
No, sir.
The times, and I'm not going to get too specific, but the times that you and Ms. McIntyre did have sex, did any of that arise in connection with a doctor-patient visit as part of an examination?
Oh, no.
Okay. Never performed any inappropriate, like pelvic exam, breast exam, anything like that?
No.
And I understand that you testified that you did in fact terminate this relationship, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell Ms. McIntyre specifically, I can't treat you anymore?
Yes, sir.
And when did that take place?
I think it's August 2020.
And you had not treated her in your office since March of 2020, is that right?
Correct.
And subsequent to that time, I think you refilled some prescriptions, maybe ordered an x-ray. Does that sound accurate? All right. I want to talk briefly about the impact on the public, the healthcare of the public, if your license is suspended. Now, you admit patients to McGee General Hospital, is that right?
Yes.
How many other doctors admit patients to that hospital?
It's only one other.
Is that Dr. Gillespie?
Yes, sir.
Is he the ER doctor there?
Yes.
Okay. And how often is he at the hospital, do you know?
About 2 days a week or so, I believe.
Okay. And a number of your patients you have been treating since, I assume, the 1990s, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, and I take it that as one of two admitting doctors to McGee General Hospital, you were responsible for a large number of those admissions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a hospital that filed for bankruptcy a few years ago, is that right? You've already talked about the potential impact on your nursing home residents at Hillcrest Nursing Center. And you are the only physician at the St. Dominic Medical Clinic, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge regarding what actions, if any, St. Dominic may take with regard to that clinic, if your license is suspended for any significant period of time?
No, sir, they haven't mentioned anything to me.
Okay. And Stan asked you some questions about some discussions that you had with St. Dominic. You recall those questions?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll ask you my own question. There came a point in time, I believe in May of 2020, that you talked to David Sinclair at St. Dominic regarding your relationship with Ms. McIntyre, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And that was before the licensure board had subpoenaed the records from St. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was in May?
Yes.
Right? And you understand that based on the chronology of events, and I think Stan asked you about this, that those records were subpoenaed, and the records I'm referring to are the records of your treatment of Ms. McIntyre at St. Dominic. Those were subpoenaed from St. Dominic in June of 2020, and St. Dominic then produced those records later that month, correct?
Yes.
So it was clear at that point in time that you had already told David Sinclair and St. Dominic about the relationship, and clearly they knew you had been treating her, but because they had.
John, hold on just a second. I know this is administrative proceeding, but let him testify. You're basically testifying at this point.
Fair enough, okay. You had a conversation with David Sinclair in May of 2020, at which point in time you told him about this relationship, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen the chronology of events that have been admitted into evidence, and it indicates, and I think you confirmed this in response to one of Stan's questions, that the board issued subpoenas to St. Dominic for Ms. McIntyre's records from June 23 of 2020, correct? Are you aware that St. Dominic then produced those records to the licensure board on July 8, 2020?
Yes.
All right. So at least based on that chronology, as of that time, St. Dominic knew about your relationship. Okay, I'll move on. Let me ask you this. As we sit here today, has St. Dominic disciplined you in any way relating to your relationship with Ms. McIntyre?
No, sir.
Have you had any discussions with anyone at McGee General Hospital regarding your relationship with Ms. McIntyre?
Yes, sir. The same time I informed Mr. St. Clair, I informed the CEO of the hospital and the chairman of the board of directors.
And who were they?
The CEO is Mr. Greg Gibbs, and the chairman of the board is Mr. Benny Hubbard.
And at this point in time, even as of today, has McGee General Hospital disciplined you in any way regarding your relationship with Ms. McIntyre?
No.
Ms. McIntyre is an employee of McGee General Hospital, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you had no involvement in hiring her?
No.
Okay. There were some questions about the psychosexual evaluation that you need to go through the Mississippi Physicians Health Program. As it stands here today, do you remain willing to undergo such an examination?
Yes, sir.
Just one moment. That's all the questions I had.
Couple follow-ups. You testified moments ago that you did not realize, or to your knowledge, there was not a rule or regulation adopted by this board that prohibited sexual contact between a physician and a patient.
Yes.
Is it your testimony before this board today that you did not realize having sex with a patient was inappropriate?
At the time, I did not, it's hard to put into words. At the time,
You've been practicing for many, many
Yes.
years. You knew that having sex with a patient was inappropriate, and you had sex anyway.
it didn't, the relationship did not come out of the doctor-patient relationship. This probably would have happened if she had not been my patient. We spent so much time together. The time that we spent in the exam room with these ailments and episodic care was nothing compared to the time we were together. and doing other things, with working in the hospital and merchant. You know, yeah, technically it's wrong, but you know, if you're saying that I use the doctor-patient relationship to start this for pressure, it never happened that way. And it's probably why it never really crossed my mind. I never pushed her to do this.
Yet you continued to have sex with her in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020.
Yes.
You understand the dynamic of power and influence that a doctor has over a patient.
Yes.
You understand the dynamics of power and influence which an employer has over an employee, or better stated, a superior over a subordinate.
Yes.
You're in a superior position over a nurse, which is a subordinate position. Is that not correct?
Never considered myself superior over her.
That's not the point. You supervise, you direct nursing care, correct?
I don't really directly supervise this. I mean, this is an administrative position. These decisions are made by the administrator. He just informs us of these later.
Patient care is directed by you. You direct nurses to provide that patient care, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Board members have any questions?
Dr. Wade, I finished medical school at the university before you did. At that time, we'd heard about the AMA Code of Ethics. In this time frame, there's been the AMA Code of Ethics, published, republished, republished, Mississippi Academy of Family Practice, American Academy of Family Practice Ethics. A number of articles about Me Too, sexual relationships of subordinates and directors, doctors and patients and all have been in the newspapers and the magazines for a long time, particularly lately. Opioid crisis, prescribing opioids to patients. Have you been living in a vacuum and haven't heard about all these things?
No, ma'am.
And it never occurred to you that maybe that prescribing opioids to a patient that you're having sex with is inappropriate? Come on.
No, ma'am. In this particular instance, it just never crossed my mind.
In this particular instance, because you're having sex with this woman. If it was somebody else and you're giving these kind of medications to, would it cross your mind that maybe some of your prescribing is inappropriate?
Yes, ma'am. Perhaps.
If you have, do you have other patients in your clinic for which you have visits and prescriptions that have no documentation?
I'm not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you sure?
There are times when we're busy. I mean, honestly, we're just overwhelmed.
Aren't we all?
I understand. I'm sorry. But I'm not trying to make excuses. But there are times when you will take shortcuts and stuff to save time, and hopefully can remember to come back and document later something.
So you potentially have other records in your office in which you have samples of poor documentation for
No.
prescriptions, or I'm saying potentially, since you just said you use the word shortcuts and coming back from memory and looking at prescriptions and other visits, you may have other variations in your medical records besides this woman, besides this patient.
Perhaps.
Okay. And if you receive this notice about these subpoenas in June of 2020, why did you carry on this relationship professionally and intimately until October.
Well, we did in August. Not to be nitpicky, but,
That's a while. That's a couple months. Did you call her and say, we have a crisis on our hands? This is gonna have to stop,
at that time, no, ma'am.
okay? And you don't see this entire situation as problematic. Opioids, plus a patient, plus a sexual relationship, plus both of you being married, plus it's going on for years, plus you're not documenting any of this. You don't think this might spill over in some of the rest of your practice?
Just spill over to the rest of my practice. I mean, I know it sounds bad. It looks that way. I'm sitting here listening, it does. But I'm not using this in any other patient. I'm not doing that. This was an exception.
Okay.
I think I've been a doctor in a small town for years. And I think honestly, I've done a pretty doggone good job of it, taking care of the patients. I really do. Now, I'm not perfect. And you get careless and you start maybe lose objectivity at times. But you know, I'm there at the hospital. At one time when I came in there, we had 6 people practicing there, had a thriving practice. And you know how things that happen in healthcare over the years just whittled away. Everybody there has left or retired. So you've got 2 other physicians in the town who don't do anything in the hospital. We went into bankruptcy. I stayed there to try to help them come out of it. I did the best I could. That place deserved to be saved.
Okay. Do you realize that as sitting on the board of directors hospital, that you're in the most powerful position in the hospital? The board of directors issues privileges to physicians, hires and fires the CEO or the hospital administrator, is in charge of the budget. And you don't see that as being in charge of being very powerful, in charge of people who are in departmental heads of different places in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. It's very powerful. In fact, I was the previous administrator who was there when we were in bankruptcy that led us to that. I had attempted to get them dismissed, but
okay. Do you understand? Because you said you downplayed this role in your previous testimony, and I'm just trying to see what you understand of where your power position is. And I'm sorry to hear about your mother too, but all those, her funeral and everything occurred in February. I don't understand why did you miss your March 8th appointment?
Because there was some financial arrangements they wanted me to make that were due while she was ill or immediately afterwards, and I just missed that. When they called me, they said, we want half due at the beginning, half, and I said, fine. And then we had the time arranged. And then by the time everything was settled, funeral was done, everything settled, it was past the deadline for that. And I did not realize I needed to call back if I missed the email during that time. And she was ill. She was in heart failure, she had COPD, she was in renal failure, she was weeping everywhere. You know, I was working and splitting time with my sister. I was getting 2 or 3 hours worth of sleep at night, staying up with her. And this went on for weeks before she finally passed. And I was just physically, mentally worn down. And that's not the only thing that I missed I should have taken care of. There was some other financial payments and stuff, and I just missed it. So when I called back, thinking I had this set up and I didn't, I was shocked. And immediately tried to find out why. And I wasn't able to speak with Dr. Herring at the time. She was tied up. And they said the next time I was trying to get this rearranged. I mean, I'm sorry it happened, but I won't apologize for staying with my mother during that time. I just won't. And
I'd like to make one more point. The difference between ethics and statutory law. In that as we as doctors, we recognize certain ethical things because we're in a special place. And we have this sacred doctor-patient relationship. And when we refer to ethics in our rules, we're referring to AMA Code of Ethics and such things as are prescribed in the Federation State Medical Board's template back to us on how to deal with these things. And it's hard to write a whole statute that deals with trust and with respect and with personal responsibility, self-control, keeping a proper distance with the patient to keep objectivity and all. And I just want to make clear for you and for your attorney that, yes, we're talking about ethics, even though there's not a statute in the state of Mississippi that says two consenting adults can't have sex. We're dealing with medical ethics here at a medical board. You had something to say.
Oh, you can go that first.
All right. Now, we're here because as the board, we have to protect the public. So I'm not as focused on punishment. What I'm more focused on is will your behavior be repeated, and will you, if we let you go back to practice under probation, will you be able to be a safe doctor?
yes, sir. I don't think it relates to other. I've been an unsafe doctor. I think I've done a good job taking care of them. Now, made mistakes. But I don't think I'm a threat to the public at all. I hope that I'm an asset there, despite this situation.
All right, well,
And
it would help me a lot if I could have the psychosocial evaluation from Pine Grove to make a better prediction on which way you're going to go. So that, to me, it's not the dates. It's how do I decide which way to let you practice or not. Now, when we talk about positions of power and trust, that idea goes way back into the 1800s, and they called it transference. The old psychotherapists ran into that. Part of the reason doctors can help patients is they develop a therapeutic relationship with you, and then they try to listen to you. But it can go two ways, and you have to be very careful about it. Now, I saw that you really didn't treat her with any major psychiatric medication until after you had the relationship. Do you feel like there was a transference or a relationship, a closeness between the two of you that made her not be objective?
I'm sorry, the psychiatric medication?
No, I'm saying, so I don't see that she was on psychiatric medication before your relationship. But was there that closeness in your relationship that clouded her vision on what she wanted to do?
Perhaps, yes, sir. I mean,
if you had been treating her for psychiatric problems beforehand, I really would have been alarmed. But what I'm trying to say is, these are all rules, but they're meant to protect us from that transference relationship that goes both ways. And so that's my dilemma, is what's going to happen on a go-forward basis.
So Dr. Wegman, to go back to a couple of things that you said and just kind of try to gain a little bit more insight. So mentioning before that you didn't really feel like the relationship was wrong, which I still think is kind of the underlying premise here, if that's the case, then why end it? I know that people have asked you a lot, why didn't you end it then? Why didn't you end it then? Why did you end it when you did?
I couldn't understand the last part of that one.
Why did you end it when you did?
The
relationship.
The professional, doctor-patient relationship.
Yes.
Yes, I was just a growing realization that I shouldn't be doing this.
And that was the first time that realization came to you. And so can you help me to understand what the process was that brought you to that realization? Because it appears that there were opportunities before, but so you realized that you woke up that morning and said, I shouldn't be doing this. And so we need to end it. Or was this something that developed over a process of weeks, of months? How did you get to that place?
Trying to recall my thought processes during that time. I think there were some other issues. I know you got a list of controlled substances there. There were other non-controlled substances we were trying to use to help her with some different conditions she had too. So it wasn't all just controlled substances. But I think it was just this, maybe dawning that this was just something was inappropriate.
So you can't really point to any particular event or any particular process that got you to that moment.
No, I just can't tell you one particular thing.
And then there's also the discussion I know there was a discussion about homestead and location, but it also mentions here that there were relations or at least interactions that occurred in the clinic and also in the hospital. Can you kind of tell me a little bit more about that? Was that like during work time? Do you just open up the clinic after hours? Can you help me to understand the temporal relationship for this, how this
It was
happened?
never during work hours. There was nothing, this was always after hours. And it was more spontaneous. Nothing was particularly planned at that time. We would just be together after we had quit work and get ready to go home.
Because I asked you to help me understand how you have spontaneity in a work environment after work, if you're not at work. That was kind of part of my
Well,
question.
I mean, we weren't planning on having sex at that time. It wasn't like we were getting together to do that. It was just, loss of inhibition, and one thing led to another.
I think that's a really interesting point, loss of inhibition in a work environment. So you also mentioned that your marriage has ended. How long were you married?
30 years.
30 years. And so this is the first time that you ever had an extramarital affair?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's all I have.
Dr. Ed.
A couple of questions, Madam President. All right, so Dr. Dan Edney, and member of the board, as Dr. Curtis is talking about transference, this is really important. It's not just the issue of you being in a position of power and authority, but you're also in an intimate relationship with a partner. You're prescribing controlled substances outside of an office visit. How do we know that she was not influencing you to prescribe appropriately because of your relationship? Asking, I'm nervous today, can you give me something? And you prescribe Xanax. Or I have a headache, can you give me something? You prescribe yourself. how are we supposed to know that? Because there's nothing to document that you, as an objective physician, evaluated the patient and prescribed appropriately for the diagnosis. There's nothing there. All we know is you're having a sexual relationship and you're prescribed Xanax and Norco.
No, sir, if you're saying something like I was trading drugs for sex, that never happened.
No, but in the midst of your relationship, did she have any influence over you? Obviously she did. You're having sex in the hospital. So she had influence over you. How do we know that she wouldn't influence you to prescribe it appropriately? Can you honestly say that when you prescribe Xanax, you go outside of an office visit, that you objectively evaluated a patient, arrived at a diagnosis, and prescribed medication? You didn't document it. So, and that's what this is all about. How are you to be an objective physician treating a patient when you're romantically involved in having sex with a patient? By definition, you cannot. That's the whole point of professional sexual misconduct. And so, and I respect what your attorney is saying. It's obvious that you're very important to that community. But evidently, you didn't see the importance at that time because you jeopardized your ability to practice medicine for the sake of the sexual relationship.
No, I don't know if I put it exactly that way. I see your point.
Yeah, but that's how the ethical code is stated. And understanding your importance as a physician in a small town, do you not have an obligation to protect your ability to provide for that community in the way that you're describing? Don't you have an ethical responsibility to that community to protect your license and be able to provide the care that they need?
Yes, sir.
And should we not discipline a physician because they're from a small town and they're the only ones that can provide care and let them conduct themselves any way they want? Part of your defense is how important you are. If we discipline you, how it's going to impact the community. And I understand that. My counter is that's on you. It's not on us. That seems to be the majority of your defense. What you should have done in these 5 months is submitted to the evaluation that you were instructed to do and you did not do. So your defense counsel has nothing to work with because we don't know why you went into this relationship and will you do it again? That's what the evaluation is for. So we don't have that information. So our duty is to protect the public. If we don't have the information we need, we have to err on the side of protecting the public. Why didn't you get that evaluation done?
I tried. I mean, I honestly tried to get it done. I wasn't refusing to get it done.
We have physicians that are ordered to do those all the time, but they get them done probably not 5 months. I appreciate that your mother died, but you had time before that. So the point is, we don't have the information we need. That was ordered for a reason. And we don't have that. That was for your sake, for your defense. You chose not to do it.
I said I chose not to do it. I tried. Now, I admit it did not get done.
And so basically, it comes down to me that you made a decision. The profession has stated, the profession says that we, all of us, we are not allowed to practice medicine in regards to a patient and have a sexual relationship with the patient. The profession says that. You either give up one or the other. You chose to try to do both. And that's why we're here today. You continue to practice medicine with this patient and have sex with the patient. That's where the ethical break is. And that was a choice you made. You chose the relationship over the ethical position. mean, that's what the evidence is showing me, unless y'all can prove otherwise.
Dr. McClendon, you're at the district.
Doctor, how many physicians have active privileges at your hospital?
Like admitting privilege or,
Active privileges?
yeah, buying Dr. Gillespie, they admit, we do have other physicians that come doing outpatient procedures. Is that,
Is there a chief of medicine at your hospital that's separate from your chief of staff positions?
no, sir.
Is there a medical executive committee at your hospital?
No, sir.
Would you consider yourself the highest admitter of the hospital in the community?
I think I am.
Have you ever had to discipline anyone in your role as chief of staff in the hospital?
No, sir.
Or due to any problems that occurred in the hospital?
Not any problems I'm aware of that would require discipline, no, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think this is a good, oh, Dr. Miles.
My name is Charlie Miles. I'm from West Point. I'm from a small town like you. And some of these doctors are from Jackson, they're from bigger areas. And small town docs see these people in the hospital. You also go see them at the football game and the basketball game and the picnic and the golf course. So you're seeing them, you're with them all the time. And the position of physician, the position of patient oftentimes tends to get blurred. And you look at them as more familial, just a buddy out there. And yeah, I work with her at the hospital, but she's also a friend of mine. You're supposed to be able to separate those. I mean, it's not as easy when you see everybody in different situations all around town and not just at the office. So at any time when you were in this relationship, did it ever come to the back of your mind, wait a minute, this is just really not right? I know she lives here and she's a friend of mine, but she's also a patient. Did this ever cross your mind?
I think the thought grew on me, yes, sir.
It's your responsibility, not hers. It's your responsibility. And you got to separate these two jobs. And yours is a very special job. You have very special privileges. You have very special access to personal information and all. So you got to separate yourself from this. You cannot do these things. You and I both know from the time you were a sophomore in medical school, somebody down there, Peter Blake, somebody mentioned maybe you weren't supposed to date patients. I didn't ever go to a class where they said that was okay. But anyway, you're in a special position when you're a small town doctor because you get thrust into this more than a city doctor does. You just watch it. But you are supposed to be in control of that, not anybody else.
This is a good time to take a recess. 45 minutes. How long do you need?
Do you finish? Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, or you want everybody back here?
Any other witnesses at this point? You're not?
Well, we can take a recess. If there are other witnesses to come in, they can come in after recess.
Yeah, we anticipate one witness.
Okay. Hold on 45 minutes now.
Let's do 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Everybody come back at 1.
Mr.
Mike, I was looking for one, I couldn't find over, 'cause it was
Yeah, thank
And then Thompson.
Never had Red Bull.
Get the sugar free if you're gonna drink it, because it tastes so bad, you might as well not have a gallon.
In my opinion.
All right. Back in session with this hearing. Ms. Morris, you'll proceed.
Mr. Ingram, do you have any other witnesses to call at this time?
I do not.
You may proceed.
I've got the way called Cindy McIntyre.
Will you swear the witness in, please?
Right, right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Would you state your name, please?
Cindy McIntyre,
And where do you live, Ms. McIntyre?
McGee, Mississippi.
And are you married?
I'm not.
I'm gonna move the microphone just a little bit closer.
You were divorced, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and when was that divorce filed?
August of 2020.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
56.
56. And Dr. Wade is 62, is that right?
Correct.
Could you just briefly give the licensure board your education background at Columbia High School, is that right?
Columbia Academy,
What'd you do after that?
Purdue Junior College, and then USM, continued toward my BSN, and which I didn't finish. My mom got really sick and died, and then I got married and had children and working full time.
When did you go to USM?
I've been doing this for 37 years, so.
Okay, and when you say doing this, what are you referring to?
Nursing.
Okay.
Been RN for 37 years.
All right, and when did you first start practicing?
In 1984,
And where was that?
Marion General Hospital.
And in what area?
Labor and delivery, and it was a small hospital, so I did labor and delivery, ICU, for road ambulance, ER, wherever was needed.
Okay, and did you also work at Green Eye Clinic at some point?
After Marion General, I worked for Dr. John Petro at Green Eye Clinic.
And is that in Hattiesburg?
It is.
And what did you do after that?
I went and worked for MMRC Home Health in McGee when we moved to McGee, and I was manager of, well, I started out as a case manager for the Hazelhurst office, and then a year later, I opened up an office in McGee.
And when did you and your husband move to McGee?
In 91.
And at some point in time, you became affiliated with McGee General Hospital, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
That was around, in 2000, I believe I started working for McGee General.
Okay. And so where were you working in McGee from 1991 until 2000?
I was working for MMRC Home Health.
Okay. Exclusively?
Yes.
Okay. And so in 2000, you went to work at McGee General Hospital. In what capacity?
As Assistant Director of Nursing.
And how long did you hold that position?
2 years.
And can you just describe to the licensure board the various jobs you've held at McGee General Hospital over the years?
Assistant Director of Nursing for 2 years, and then Director of Nursing from 2002 until 2014. And then I was Executive Director of Health Trust from 2014 to 2016. And then I left McGee General and went to Mississippi Care Center of Raleigh, and I was the Medicare coordinator for that transitional care unit for a year. And then I left there and went to Stay Home and was their account executive. I did marketing for Stay Home, and I really did it. I did it from 2017, that fall, to February 2019 was my official resignation date, but I got sick August of 2018, and I had one of 3 surgeries. So I had a mass on my ovary, so I had a surgery in August, and then I had an error for my surgery. So I had a repeat surgery in October, and my problem wasn't corrected, so I ended up in Atlanta. I was a specialist in Atlanta. And so I underwent a surgery in Atlanta, extensive surgery. So I was in bed for about 8 months. So, and then after that, they were calling me from McGee General
the CEO to see if I would return to McGee General. And I did.
And who was the CEO who was contacting?
Sean was his first name at that time, but then he left and then Greg Gibbs came on board.
Okay, and so when did you return to McGee General Hospital?
I returned that summer, I believe it was June of 2019, I believe.
Okay, is that when you became director of emergency?
No, I came back as PRN just to see if I would be able to stand. I had nerve damage is what happened on after my husband. So I came back 2019, just PRN, and I worked a couple nights or days a week.
And at some point, did you obtain a permanent position at McGee
I
General?
did. 1st of September, I became permanently the emergency room director.
And as the director of the emergency room services, who did you report to?
Greg Gibbs, CEO.
The CEO.
Mhm.
What involvement, if any, did Dr. Wade have in you becoming director of emergency room services?
Nothing, no involvement.
At any point in time when you were working at that hospital, did you report to him or did he oversee your work?
No,
And by he, I'm referring to Dr. Wade.
never.
And so you remained director of emergency services. Then at some point in time, after August of 2019, did you take on some additional responsibilities there?
Yes, they assigned me, ended up, small hospitals, you do a lot. So they assigned me, I was over radiology, respiratory lab, and pharmacy. And then I was called in May of 20. He had released responsibility for the director of nursing. And since I had done it previously.
Who is he?
Greg Gibbs. And he called me in and wanted me to accept the director of nursing position permanently, which I turned down. So I'd already been there, done that, and I did not want the 24/7 call again and that responsibility. So I told him I did not want the director of nursing position, but that I'd be happy to help the hospital in any way I could in whatever capacity, and that I would do it on an interim basis for a maximum of 6 months to help him out if he would just go ahead and start looking for someone. And he did.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did.
Okay, and did you maintain your position as director of emergency room services?
And all the others too, yeah.
Okay, and what involvement, if any, did Dr. Wade have in having you taking on the temporary position as the DON at McGee General Hospital?
None.
Did he have any oversight responsibilities of you while you were the temporary DON at McGee General Hospital?
No.
I kind of want to move forward, or really backward, I guess, back to when you first became acquainted with Dr. Wade. When was that?
In 91.
Okay, and you lived in McGee. I know you talked about some of the jobs you had. You and your husband lived in McGee continuously since 1991. Is that right?
That's right. That's correct.
At some point, I believe it was in 2008, you became a patient of Dr. Wade's. But from 1991 up until that time, could you describe to the licensure board your relationship, if any, with Dr. Wade?
Yes, he was the team doctor, first of all, for McGee, where my husband was coaching at the time. And so we just knew him through that role. And then also he was the medical director for MMRC Home Health. So he had monthly meetings with us for staff development and everything, and to review records of, I think it was 10% of our records every month. And then we called him for any questions that we had, and he signed off on our 45s and orders and things. So he reviewed what we had, and if we had any questions, we called him. So he did that while I was at, MMRC.
And I presume you saw him around town in McGee period?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so during that period of time, was there any romantic or sexual connection between you and Dr. Wade?
Okay.
And then you first became a patient of Dr. Wade's during 2008. Is that right?
Correct.
And how did you come to select Dr. Wade as your doctor at that time?
Just I had friends that went to him and liked him and referred him and said that's who they used. I asked about the others too, because we had a couple others that I asked about, and they said they preferred, him as their physician.
Was there any input or pressure from Dr. Wade for you to become one of his patients at that time? And I think the board has heard that he continued to treat you periodically from 2008 up until 2020 for a variety of things, correct? Okay. And then at some point in time, the relationship between you and Dr. Wade changed, did it not? And it turned into more of a romantic and or sexual relationship. Is that right? And approximately when did that occur?
The summer of 2017, around July, I think it was.
Okay. And he was still treating you at that time, is that right?
That's right.
Did you ever feel any pressure from Dr. Wade to advance this romantic relationship or to have sex?
No.
Did you ever feel there was some undue influence he was exerting on you as your physician in order to have sex with you?
No.
At any point in time, did you feel exploited by Dr. Wade during the time he was treating you and after the relationship turned romantic?
No.
And
actually, we had stopped it several times. It was an on and off relationship because several times he would feel really guilty and I would as well because we knew it was morally wrong. We're both Christians. We both knew it was not right. And we had heavy guilt about it. And so we would both, end the relationship. And several times, he did. And so we carried that with us. So it was difficult.
That was from the summer of 2017 up until the day, I guess.
Right.
Okay. And what impact in your mind did the doctor-patient relationship have on your development of y'all's development of a romantic relationship?
Honestly, I never even saw it that way because we had known each other for so long that never even entered my mind. And had I even thought that was going to be a problem, I would have already ended it. That never entered my mind.
Did Dr. Wade at any point in time perform any examinations of you which you considered inappropriate?
No.
At any point in time, did you attempt to influence Dr. Wade in terms of what prescriptions he might order for you?
No.
Now, at some point in time, the doctor-patient relationship was terminated. Is that right?
That's right.
And who terminated that?
He did.
And tell the board about that.
In light of everything that was happening, and of course, when all this came about, he came and told me, he said, I can't be your physician anymore. So you're going to need to find someone. Of course, in McGee, it's him. It's him as a physician, and we have one more, and he's an ER physician. So the admitting physicians are Dr. Wade and Dr. Gillespie, and that's it, as admitting to the hospital. So I'm seeing a PA in McGee because I'm busy. I work in McGee full time, and so that's currently, who I'm seeing. And for specialists, then I'll, have to go elsewhere.
I believe the last time he saw you for an examination was in March of 2020, is that right?
That's right.
And then he continued to refill some prescriptions up until August of 2020, at which point.
That was just refills I had previously that was on there.
But since that time, have you been to him for an office visit or has he prescribed any medication?
No.
You mentioned, I think that there were 2 doctors who admit patients to McGee General Hospital. You're familiar with that, is that right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And who's the other doctor who admits there?
Dr. Gillespie.
Okay. And does he have another role at McGee
He's
General?
a ER physician. He's actually medical director for our ER.
Okay.
And that's what I'm the ER director of emergency services.
Okay.
And he's only there, he works on Tuesdays and Fridays and maybe a Sunday. Used to work every other Sunday, now it's like more one Sunday a month. And we have 2 nurse practitioners and they're hospitalists and they cover the floor, the nursing unit. And that's how we're currently, staffed at this time. So Dr. Wade accounts for a lot of admissions, into the hospital. So it would be detrimental if something were to happen as far as a suspension were to go.
And why do you say that?
We would only have Dr. Gillespie to admit to the hospital. And the hospital, just came out of bankruptcy a couple of years ago. And we have a lot of employees. We're one of the largest employers in McGee. And we have a lot of patients that depend on, Dr. Wade. He sees a lot of older population. They're on multiple medications. They have multiple comorbidities. And the nurse practitioners are good at what they do. But when we get complex patients with lots of problems on multiple medications, sometimes that's just more difficult for them to deal with. And he knows exactly what they need, what they need to have, and he's used to them. And they're used to him as their patient. He comes on Saturdays and Sundays and sees his patients. He works 7 days a week. Not saying that none of y'all don't either, but, he works 7 days a week to see his patients. It would be really difficult if we didn't have him to see the patients because there's nobody else there. So that's the current state we are right now at McGee.
I don't have any further questions.
Just have a couple of questions. I'll turn over to the board. I'm Stan Ingram. Thank you.
Hey.
You're doing. When you say you terminated the doctor-patient relationship in August 2020, you didn't state the reason. What was the reason?
The reason I gave was that of the investigation that was going on.
So you said we got to terminate the doctor-patient relationship because I'm under investigation.
He told me that he was going to terminate the doctor-patient relationship. And I'm sure he was advised by his attorney of what he needed to do. And anytime, as well as I know, anytime that you're being investigated, and if that's an issue that has been raised in an investigation, then that makes sense to do that. Whether or not we were aware of that, which we were not, we didn't think anything about it. Had we thought anything about it, it had long been terminated.
That raises my next question. Thank you. How many years have you been on nurse?
37, a long time.
At no time have you ever been trained, advised, or do you know that it's inappropriate for any healthcare provider to have sex with a patient?
I really didn't consider myself a patient because I was receiving no benefit from him as a patient, none. I've known him 17 years before I even became his patient. We were friends for a long time. I saw him as a patient, ran in and ran out to get, if I had a cold, sinus infection, if I had, issues I needed to see for him, and I went back to work. But never did I benefit as a patient. I was not someone that just went in as a patient and had sex with him in his office. That was not the case. I never saw that way. I know what it's like to be a person, to go to a clinic. And if I was that way, if I was a person that walked into an office and made an advance to a physician and started making advances to him to have sex with someone, yes, that's wrong. And that is a violation. And that is totally wrong. And that would be something that would be totally unethical and totally unprofessional. But I never saw that way because we were so close and such good friends. And I never, ever went as to something to gain from him or benefit from him. That was not ever in the picture. 17 years, he was like my best friend.
I'm not asking whether or not you gained benefit from him. You were benefiting in the context that he gave you medications which helped you.
But that wasn't a benefit. I could have gone to any doctor there or any doctor if it was more convenient for me to see a physician that could see me in McGee.
It never crossed your mind that what he was doing may be deemed unethical?
No.
Board members?
He gave me yeah.
Dr. Edney.
I'm Dr. Dan Eddy.
Hey.
The only question I have, who is the supervising physician for your VA that you're seeing?
Charles Pruitt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Dr. Pruitt.
Can you repeat that question?
I asked who was her supervising physician for the VA that she's seeing now.
Okay. Go ahead.
My question is, who exactly initiated the relationship?
I would say probably me because of the, I guess, because of the communication we had, because we were able to communicate with each other and talk to each other. And we had so much in common. And so it just kind of happened.
In life, with different people, we have different relationships
Yes,
that
ma'am.
intermingle. Did you not, and your testimony, you've already said that you shopped around to figure out which doctor you wanted and you picked Dr. Wade. So you picked him out to be your doctor, and you don't consider that a doctor-patient relationship?
I picked him out because anytime you're going to see a physician, whether it's a gynecologist.
Okay, but that's a doctor-patient relationship, right? That's a doctor-patient relationship
find
as
someone to
opposed
see
to the friendship at the ballpark.
It is, yes, it's a doctor-patient relationship.
Okay. So whenever somebody, that you've been fielded all these questions about, did you not think that inappropriate? And then you go back and say, well, it wasn't a doctor-patient relationship. It was a doctor-patient relationship because you sought him out to be your physician, your primary care, right? But no, ma'am, just answer yes or no. You sought him out to enlist his services as a primary care physician. You said you asked your friends, who would you get to take care of you as physician? You chose Dr. Wade, yes or no?
I sought him out as my primary care physician to
Okay.
take care of me as a patient,
Right.
just as my primary care physician.
So there's definitely a
But
doctor-patient
But
relationship.
not as.
I didn't ask you
benefit.
that. I asked you, was it a
Yes,
doctor-patient
ma'am, you're
relationship?
asking me
I'm asking you, was it a doctor-patient
to
relationship?
benefit the question.
Okay, because some of your responses earlier, you referred back to your friendship when somebody asked you about the doctor-patient relationship. And so I'm just trying to clarify for myself what you thought of all that. And did you not realize that was a doctor-patient relationship?
What I was trying to explain earlier was, when he asked me the question was, that me being a nurse for 37 years, did I not think anything about this relationship? What I've always thought about when any situation like this occurred, and this is the honest truth, I'm telling you the honest truth. When I've ever thought about something like that happening, I'm thinking seriously about someone going to someone as a benefit to them in their office, making advances to them in their office.
Why do you think that?
That's the way I think. I guess I've got a simple mind. That's the way I'm thinking.
But your simple
And
mind left out the doctor-patient relationship.
It may have.
Which is all I wanted to know, is that you recognized you had a doctor-patient relationship and then you'd had a prior friendship, and those two were separate relationships, to be kept separate.
I was just explaining to you how I understood it, which was, I understood that if I'm in that room with him, making advances to him and going to benefit from him, which might be getting medications, which might be getting free service or any other
That wasn't the
service from
question at
him,
all.
I'm explaining the situation that I had and the way I felt.
Well,
I felt that this.
you're
was
telling me
not-
there may be a relationship here that I'm not aware of, because I just wanted to know that you understood that you had a doctor-patient relationship with him, which was separate and apart from your friendship, and that the doctor-patient relationship has special responsibilities. You understand that? Yes or no?
Well, yes.
Okay.
But.
Okay. Any other
I have that.
questions?
Yeah.
Dr. Gersh?
Do you think in any way he would be a sexual predator and take advantage of women in the future?
Never,
Are you aware of him having any other extramarital affairs?
never. Can I add something? just want to give an example. I had a nurse come to me the other day, and you're all, the physicians that are in the room. You have physicians that, and same way for nurses, that have a connection with their patients. And they get down to the level with their patients. The nurse told me the other day, she came to me and she said, Cindy, she said, I saw something that I wanted to tell you about. And she said, I passed the room and I saw Dr. Wade on his knees on the floor, eye level, with a 90-year-old patient of his. And he was talking to her and she was just staring in his eyes and soaking up everything that he was telling her. And she said, and then I saw him praying with her. And she said, I just went to crying. And she said, I couldn't. She said, it was the sweetest thing I'd ever seen. And she said, then I went to the nurses at the nursing station. And she said, y'all Dr. Wade is in there. And he was just talking to this little lady and she was just soaking it in. And then, she had tears in her eyes and he was praying with her. And the nurses said, he does that all the time. That's the type of person, character-wise, he is. Yes, did we mess up? We sure did. A lot of people make mistakes. Ours just happened to be extremely public. And yes, we messed up. We made a mistake. But is he a bad person? No. Is he harming the public? No. He takes care of the public. And that's what they need. Is it going to be detrimental if he doesn't practice? You better believe it is, because I don't know who's going to see the patients. And I'm telling the truth, because I'm there every day at the hospital. We admit every day, and it's either him or one more, and that's it. We got a nursing home full of patients. He sees half of them. I don't know who's going to see them. He sees hospice patients. Who's going to take care of the dying patients? But you got a physician right here sitting. We've gone through COVID. We've all had it. And, we've worked hard during COVID. I had it for a month, had pneumonia, sick, very sick. But I got through and I went back to work. We're in the front running of this place, trying to keep it going.
I have another question. Have you ever seen him use illegal drugs?
Illegal drugs?
Yes.
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him drink to extremes?
No, sir. Never. You ask anybody, he was teaching a Licensure class at church, at Methodist Church here in this area. And when this happened, and it hit Facebook, and when it happened, he called Greg Gibbs, our CEO, it's himself. He called our board of directors, being covered, and he called his church. And he told his pastor. So he owned up to everything. And then when that happened, then Greg Gibbs called me and told me he was behind me and supported me and that he would be with me. Benny Hubbard called me, the board of directors at the hospital, and told me he'd be behind me and support me. I had community members calling me and telling me they would be with me and be behind me. He had the same thing. We've been there a long time in McGee, and yes, we messed up, but people have stood behind us, they've supported us. In this world, people make mistakes and mess up, but God does forgive. So do you forgive and you let somebody continue to take care of patients?
Excuse me for the interruption. We have another question from a board member. Thank you.
Ms. McDowell, how did Dr. Wade and you, how did he mess up?
We're talking about the affair.
What about the affair?
Well, it's adultery.
Well.
So that's what people, if they hold us accountable as far as morale goes.
As the medical board, our concern, as you understand, is in protecting the public, and we have rules of physicians not fraternizing in that way with their patients.
Right.
And it's concerning that Dr. Wade was not aware that that was a very serious infringement on the rules. You know, it's in the Hippocratic Oath, it's in the ethics guidelines of the Medical Association. I think it's just alarming that there wasn't any awareness that this, either the romantic or the medical relationship needed to be terminated, because as he told you in August, you can't do both. That's the problem. I mean, people commit adultery all the time, but they're not doctors with their patients. That's our area of concern.
Are there any other questions from the board?
You have known Dr. Wade, I'm Charlie Miles from West Point. You've known Dr. Wade since 91.
Yes.
You see him as a patient until 2008. What kind of relationship did you have with Dr. Wade from 91 to 2008?
Saw him in the community. He was the team doctor for the local football team. My husband was a coach there. So I saw him out for the games. Then he was our medical director for the home health agency that I was the director of there. And so I saw him on a professional business level there.
Okay. So he was a social friend,
Yes.
as well as a business associate.
Yeah, business associate and social friend.
Did any of that change when you saw him in 2008 as a patient?
Oh, no.
You were still a friend,
He was still a friend.
still an associate,
Yes,
still a professional,
right,
just another layer in it.
correct. I also knew his family very well. I knew his mother was like a second mother to me.
In small towns, we tend to know each other.
Yeah, she was a former director of nursing also at the hospital.
That's all.
Are you finished? Are you finished with this
I
witness?
have no further questions. No further questions.
You may be excused at this time. We'll get ready for closing. Do you have any more witnesses?
No more witnesses.
Sandy, you plan to call any more witnesses?
I do not. I'll be very brief. Yeah, obviously the issues are quite clear, so I'm not going to repeat any of the facts, any of the details set forth in the affidavit. I will say this, keep in mind 9.1.1 of the Code of Ethics of the American Medical Association reads as follows. Romantic or sexual interactions between physicians and patients that occur concurrently with the patient-physician relationship are unethical. Such interactions detract from the goals of the physician-patient relationship and may exploit the vulnerability of the patient, compromise physician ability to make objective judgments about the patient's health, and ultimately be detrimental to the patient's well-being. That cannot be denied. Take a close look at the Federation recommendations. Several things that just jump out at me, especially during the testimony here today. Heard a lot of testimony. McGee may be a small town. There may be only a small number of physicians practicing and admitting at the hospital. But one of the things that I need to point out, what the Federation states, the potential evidence of a physician workforce shortage or maldistribution or arguments related to the particular restrictions being tantamount to taking a physician out of work should also not be used as reasons for leniency or allowing patients to remain in harm's way. Basically saying that they can argue all day long, the community is going to get hurt. Ordered by this board serves several purposes. Number one, it protects the public. Number two, it punishes the practitioner. And number three, it also serves as a deterrent to others who are thinking about doing the same thing. Thanks.
Just briefly, as I stated in the opening, Dr. Wade is charged with violation of 732529, which states doctor's license can be suspended for unprofessional conduct. I think most people would agree this is unprofessional conduct, which includes but is not limited to being guilty of any dishonorable or unethical conduct. I think some people would probably say that this relationship was dishonorable, morally wrong, unethical. But the statute goes further to state likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. And I believe the burden of proof is to show by clear and convincing evidence that this completely consensual relationship between two adults, there was no pressure involved, no undue influence, somehow deceives or defrauds or harms the public. I know Stan mentioned the AMA ethics opinion, but it specifically states it's offered as ethics guidance for physicians and are not intended to establish standards of clinical practice or rules of law. In this particular case, we would submit that a relationship that started in 1991 as friends, they were business associates. It then, as Dr. Miles indicated, another layer was added in 2008 when it became doctor-patient. They then engaged in a completely consensual sexual relationship beginning in 2017. That's most people would agree that's unethical and inappropriate, but is there clear and convincing evidence that it's likely to deceive or defraud or harm the public? Once he became aware that the licensure board had some concerns about this, rightly so, he terminated the relationship within about 6 weeks, and that was August of 2020. He had not seen her since March. And he submit that, I know it's been pointed out by Dr. Gersh, and I think Stan even mentioned that the number one concern is protection of the public. In this particular instance, I would submit that suspending Dr. Wade for any length of time is more likely to harm the public and deprive them of health care in a town such as McGee and at Hillcrest Nursing Center. Now, I understand that you've got some deterrents and that there's been some suggestion that a doctor from a small town, can he do anything without any consequences? And no, what we're suggesting is something less than a suspension, a fine, reprimand, make it conditioned upon him completing his psychosexual evaluation that confirms he's not a sexual predator. There's been no evidence of that. And so we would just submit that in the face of no clear and convincing evidence that this consensual relationship is likely to deceive or harm or defraud the public, when you balance that against the harm to the public, if he is suspended, we would request something less than a suspension. We think that would be fair to all parties involved.
And remind the board, unprofessional conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. And not every case has actual harm been caused. But everybody knows, it's well established, the sex with patients likely harms the patient. It may harm the patient, and oftentimes does harm the patient. That's given. Let's also look at the fact that that relationship resulted in lack of objectivity. Prescribing 50-something prescriptions, 70% of which was not even in the record, can potentially harm the patient. Again, the fact that the patient in this case initiated the sexual relationship is not the issue. A physician ethically should know not to get involved. Biggest problem, I think, that the board needs to consider the fact that he didn't have a clue. The whole time he testified, he said, I didn't realize it was wrong. Oh, there's not a rule or regulation that addresses this, so there's nothing wrong. It's that lack of insight that should be concerned.
Anything else?
No, at this
Okay.
time, the hearing is.
I need a motion to end the,
I move to close the meeting to consider whether to enter into executive session on this matter.
I second.
excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll close this session and are we staying and everybody else going or are we
I
going?
move to go to executive session and discuss the matter.
Well, we can't
Gotta
do
close.
that.
I thought we did.
We hadn't gotten everybody out.
We
there.
got, we
okay,
gotta
whatever.
seclude ourselves first. Everybody's reassembled. Okay. I'm going to ask Dr. Owens, our secretary, to read the conclusion of the board's opinion.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding the hearing in the case of Dr. Frank Wade, you know what, the board finds the licensee guilty on counts 1 and 2, and as such, his license is suspended, and he must undergo a comprehensive psychosexual evaluation at a facility approved by the board. He is also further ordered to complete board-approved courses on record keeping, boundaries, and ethics. After full completion of all of these items, the licensee may petition the board for consideration of reinstatement at a time period no less than 4 months.
Do you have any questions? Okay. You'll receive a letter from the board with these instructions and with and recommendations of how to get these courses.
Course recommendation in the letter. Actually, it'll be a determination in order, not just a letter. It'll be a transmittal letter, but it'll be a determination in order.
But we can give you that
Findings of
information.
fact, conclusions of law in the order itself.
Mr. White, you had a
Oh,
question?
yes, and he can petition for reinstatement no sooner than 4 months.
Yes, sir.
File the petition no sooner than 4 months.
He can appear before the board in 4 months, so you can file a little ahead of that.
If everything is completed.
If it's all
All of
completed.
this has to be done before he can petition for consideration for reinstatement.
And does this become effective 30 days from today or 30 days from the time of the written order? And then the reason I ask is saying Dominic may have to make some arrangements at the facility.
It's effective today.
Effective today.
Yes, sir.
So his license is suspended effective today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for appearing. And let's see what's on the remainder of our agenda.
We have another.
We're not gonna do that.
I think we have a hearing tomorrow.
We do, Dr. Wu.
He's on 15.
Yes, the hearing will be tomorrow. Meet again at 9 o'clock.
Are there any committee meetings?
We'll have an ad hoc one. Charlie,
Rules and regs.
you want to do rules and regs right now or tomorrow?
We could, nothing's been brought up yet.
Guys,
I know something's coming, but
Are we still on the record? Are we off the record?
we're off the record.
We're not finished yet, but we'll discuss that in a minute. So, that's the end of our business for today. Tomorrow we'll resume at 9 o'clock. And we'll recess until then. Thank you.